This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. We are currently looking at a herd of Impala and a very large hippo next to the dam. It is very hot out there this afternoon, so we will be reporting live from all our locations this afternoon, which is very nice. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you lots of action. So please jump on board and welcome to your live safari from the African bush. Welcome back again. Sorry for this little shaky start there. Yeah, we're still at the Gary Dam looking at this hippo and this herd of Impala. It is hot out here. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful afternoon. So my name is Cedric. I have Dorothy on camera with me this afternoon. Our plan for today is to bumble around, see what we can find. We will also go check on Dark Main a bit later. Hopefully we'll start moving and maybe get some action there. I would like also to try to find a leopard this afternoon. It would be cool to see one. But yeah, we'll also check a few dams. It is hot, so we're hoping that animals will come drink. Please don't forget to send us your questions at #WildEarth. You can also go on YouTube at FC and register on our live page on the live safari to send you your question. If you are underage, you can also send us question by email at kidsquestion@wildearth.tv. Please tell us your age as well. We would love to hear from you. And we're going to stay there a little while, see what's happening, and then we'll start moving. We can see that the dam is starting to get a bit lower. Yeah, so there's still a lot of water, but it's getting a bit more empty. Obviously this is normal during this time of the year. There's not much rain, so yeah, so you always find a lot of animals around the dam when it's warm like that. We did get cool sighting this morning next to Treehouse Dam with Dark Mane and that honey badger spent quite a long time with us, so that was very nice. Okay, so let's see what is the weather at all our locations.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to andBeyond Ngala's Private Game Reserve, where we are currently sitting now at one of our dams, or watering hole, as some of you might call it, where there are two hippo in the middle of the dam right there. It is a very hot afternoon, and I was actually hoping that we'd get here and would find at least some animals down for a drink. So it looks like we might have been a bit earlier, or we might have also missed them by a few minutes. Hello, everybody. My name is Roel, and behind the camera, I've got Morgan. And then this afternoon, we're hoping to try and find some nice herds of buffalo and elephants for you. So we'll be checking most of the dams and some of the watering holes along the boundary and the edge of our property that still have nice water bodies like this. It is quite a hot afternoon, so I'm actually hoping that we'll get very lucky to get to see or find some of these animals at the dam for a drink. It is quite fascinating. Imagine finding a herd of elephants. In fact, in this dam, I have come one of the afternoons and found a herd of at least 50 or 60 animals drinking at the edge of this one dam here. What you can see right now is just the two hippos in the middle of the dam, enjoying themselves and enjoying this whole watering hole, all this dam to ourselves. In fact, while we got here, both of them were out of the water. I was surprised because it's quite a very hot afternoon. I didn't really think that they would be outside the water, maybe laying down in the shade in the thickets, and then ran in as soon as we got here. All right, guys, let's keep going and keep checking elsewhere. Let's check other places as well. Leave these hippos here, let them have a swim. And then I'll send you guys over to Don, and then he'll say hi to you guys.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Phinda Private Game Reserve. It's quite a hot and sunny afternoon, and we're doing the same thing, waiting at a watering hole to see if anything's arrived. And here we are, lucky with some giraffes around the watering hole. As you can see there, how the giraffes just left this watering hole, actually. We saw one drinking, and now slowly but surely they are moving off into the plains. My name is Don, and behind the camera we've got Glenn. I'm bringing you this live safari out here on Phinda Private Game Reserve, and as you can see, these beautiful plains here on this private game reserve. What we're looking for this afternoon is cheetah out on these plains. They were seen at this exact same watering hole where these giraffes are now drinking water. So we're going to be driving around seeing if we can find any signs of those cheetah. I want to show you here on this map I've got of the reserve itself. We are now sort of in this general area here. And this is actually the overlapping territory of two different coalition males of cheetah. One of the south male cheetah that roam in this general area here, and then one which we call the Bayala coalition of males that roam somewhere around here. So I'm not too sure which males they saw here this morning. I think it's up for us to try and find which ones they are. So we stopped here at this vantage point just to scan, as you can see, beautiful open plains, to scan in different shady patches as it's quite a hot afternoon, to see if we can find them lying down in the shade. So we'll be using our binoculars, and from there we'll drive down into different areas and see if we can find where they've moved off to. Hi Vicky, I tend to agree with you. It really is a beautiful spot. I myself enjoy a good view, and this is definitely one of those. And the giraffes that we're seeing at the moment will also help us in our search for the cheetahs this afternoon, as giraffes are very reliable spotters of predators. So if they spot something like cheetah, all of their attention will be fixed on that specific cheetah, and they will slowly but surely even walk closer to keep that cheetah in view. Because for them, they feel when they see a predator, it's not as big as of a threat. It's when you don't see the predator that it becomes a threat. But for now, they look very relaxed, feeding on the tops of the trees after they had a good drink. So I think what we're going to do for now is we're going to go down into the plains and see if we can find any signs of them.
Welcome back with us. We left Gary Dam We're just making our way a little bit more west and see what's happening there. It is quite difficult at this time of the day because it's so hot, but the animals like to lie in the shade, especially the predators. Generally, if you know where they are in the morning, they should be at the same spot in the beginning of the afternoon. I will try to look at this bird there. I know it's very difficult for the birds, they move quite fast. I think it left already. There's a little woodpecker there. Well done, Dovey. They are quite entertaining to watch when they jump on the branches like that and try to find some insects in the wood. You can see he's jumping everywhere on that tree. I'm not making Darby's life very easy now. Just heard the Impala alarm calling. Might have got a fright from Earth. Okay, I think we're going to sit here and see if we can hear more alarm calls, otherwise we will continue. It looked like it's looking at us, so we probably spooked him a bit.
Alright, you guys might not believe what we just found up here. So we just left the dam, hoping to see if we can find more animals and everything else out there. Up in this tree, there is a monitor lizard that seems to be basking in the sun. If you look right in the middle of your screen there, if you look carefully, you will see that there is a lizard. There you can also see the lines and the markings on the tail. Very well camouflaged. And looking at the tree that this lizard is picked, very difficult to spot. Look at that, you can see this lizard's probably up there trying to catch as much heat or get as much heat as possible from the sun. It is quite a very hot afternoon, so I would no doubt that he's collecting a lot of heat energy there that later on tonight, because unbelievably it is going to drop dramatically. The temperature is going to become so cold like it was never even hot, so at least he would have collected enough energy that he can then convert into heat and warm his body throughout the night. Lucy, I absolutely agree with you. It is incredible to see them up a tree, especially being deemed a water monitor. You get to find that one guy up in a tree. But if you think about it, up there gives him a little bit of an advantage. He's quite high up, so it's more exposed to the sun, which means he'll get a lot more energy. There's a lot there's less obstacles up there, whereas compared to being down on the ground, the thickness of the grass, the bushes, and everything else. So up there where this monitor is picked, he's getting very nice heat. He's pushed himself a bit higher, which means it's a bit closer, collects more, because he needs it tonight. Also might allow him to be able to at least attempt to try and forage and hunt, find something to eat. Because the more movements he makes, you can see he's sitting very still there, minimizing all movements, collecting as much energy as possible. The more movements he makes, the more energy he uses up, and which means the less heat he's going to have for the night. So with a heat like today and high up that tree, gives him an advantage to collect a lot more energy, and hopefully it should be enough to last him for the night and allow him to at least get a meal, try and get something to eat. Are you asking how did I see that? I have got absolutely no idea. To be honest, I looked and I saw something that looked strange and stopped and reversed, and I realized it was a monitor. So it's one of those animals that is quite difficult to spot, and somehow you get to pick it. But also, I've been driving up and down this road for quite some time and been seeing this tree, so knowing that there isn't a branch shaped like that in the tree helps. So the moment there is anything strange or different about that one place, it makes it easier to pick that difference up quickly. I don't really think this guy is going to go anywhere for the next maybe at least an hour or hour and a half or even more. So why don't we carry on, see what else we can find this afternoon, and then I'll send you guys over to JP, who would like to say hello to you guys.
Good afternoon and welcome to WildEarth. We are live at Eco Trading Ridelands on Bushwalk. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we've got Gerrit. So generally what we start doing is looking at what tracks we can find around the major waterholes, and then from there decide which animals we can go and follow up onto. So one of the tracks that we did find over here, which I don't often find, is that of the Vervet Monkey. And right over here we can see the little nails in the front of it, and there's the opposable thumb. Normally it makes a little sharp little V at the back, which you can use as an identification as that it is a Vervet Monkey. What also we notice over here is where the tail has been dragging on the ground, which is something that you don't see with baboons, as they got fairly crooked tails that don't drag on the ground, and they carry their tail quite high. The baboon is also much larger compared to that of the Vervet Monkey. So in Southern Africa, we've got two monkey species. One is known as a Simango monkey, and the other is known as a Vervet monkey, of which the Vervet is the most common. Quite close by to us, we do have some Simango monkeys where I live, as there's a number of little pockets of forest, as that they almost exclusively come forth only in forested habitats. The Vervet monkey has got a far wider habitat tolerance, so generally when we think of animals being fairly common, We don't always appreciate it as much, but for them being fairly common means that they are actually better adapted to a number of different habitats and can exploit a wider range of habitats compared to a habitat specialist. And quite often within nature, when it comes to evolution and specialization, specialization can be a very dangerous game to play, because something as small as habitat loss or something as global warming can lead to your demise as a species. I do like vervet monkeys. They're quite special to watch. There's always a number of interesting things that we can see about them when they are about. And I just love their playfulness when they are playing with one another. I sometimes have even seen them playing with other animals. And one of the animals that I've often seen them playing with is young little bushbuck lambs.
One thing that WildEarth strives to achieve is to connect kids with our natural world. One person who agrees with this is Kate, an 11-year-old girl who founded Kids Can Save Animals to help inspire her generation to help mend the planet. Her motto is that kids may be young, but age does not define your impact. Kate is coming all the way from America to join us at Djuma for a live safari. She wants to connect with all of the WildEarth kids, answer your questions, and help you understand that there are plenty of ways that you can make a difference regardless of your age. So join us on the 4th of August at 2:30 p.m. Central African Time for a very special kids safari.
Hi, I'm Nikki, your guide here at andBeyond in Ngala. So my favorite animal in the African bush definitely has to be the zebra, because like people, with our fingerprints, every single zebra has a different stripe pattern. And, of course, a group of zebras together is called the dazzle. How unique is that? Come and join me or one of my colleagues here in Ngala for a sunrise and sunset safari on WildEarth.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
All right, so we thought we'd maybe come down towards the Timbawati riverbed. As it prior to being a very hot afternoon, and hopefully that along the river there might be a lot of shade, therefore a lot of animals coming down to come and maybe feed while in the shade, because it's very hot and we haven't seen a lot of animals while we're driving from the dam to down here. And right at the edge of the Timbawati river, I'm going to move closer now, there is some nice elephants there. I'm not sure how many there are. Can only see 3 for now. Looks like these guys decided to come and go for feeding right here. I also saw a young one when I was there, which could mean this could either be a very small breeding herd or a very big one. can see it looks like that young one likes that tree there as it disappears. Robert, I believe you're asking how do I know if it is a breeding herd. So we refer to that as a breeding herd when it is a herd with more females and the young ones, rather than to have an elephant bull, which would be on his own, and then the other ones would be a herd of elephants, which would be a breeding herd, especially if there's a lot of youngsters there. I did see a small one within this herd. See, there's also quite a lot more inside the riverbed coming up. White man, I agree, it's hard to put a word to it, but there is really something extraordinary about this creature. Given its size, its strength, its social structure, and its ability to socialize with almost all the other animals that are out there, it's incredible. It is such an amazing animal to watch. There you can see one of the small ones crossing the road. There are still a few more elephants in the riverbed off to our left. I heard some earlier on. See, there's quite a lot of vegetation around where we are. There's different trees and shrubs and bushes and all that. Being it towards the end of winter now, you can imagine that all the grass has died out. So, which means the grass packs a lot less nutritional value than what it had a few months ago in summer when it was still green. So right now, the elephants, being mixed feeders, possibly feeding on different types of trees to acquire all that nutritional value that they need in their body on a daily basis. And that's why the riverbed becomes a sufficient place, because there's a lot of plants that are still growing there. Within the sand, there's water not too deep in there. When it gets hot, I've seen sometimes they'll dig a well, go for a drink and have some water. But also because there's a lot of plants and vegetation, different types of plants, that allows these elephants to have an advantage, at least have a variety of feeding or vitamin or nutritional sources. All right, it's quite a hot afternoon. Looks like these elephants are slowly feeding, but moving into the direction of the dam where we're at. Maybe later on, before the sun goes down, they might pop there. So for now, let's send you guys to Cedric, who's found a cat for you.
Yes, welcome back to Djuma. We are at Treehouse Dam and we relocated Dark Mane. He's lying flat there in the long grass. He moved about 20 meters from where last we saw him this morning. Just went to lie in the shade. So we are about 40 meters from him. And I just want Darby maybe to zoom out to show you that it can be difficult to find even if it's a big cat, but lying in the grass, you can see they blend very well. So if you don't look very nicely, you can drive past and don't see it. Yeah, he's going to stay here, I think, for a while still. So we'll do this segment with him. and maybe we will check in this area if there's anything else. And we will come back a bit later when it gets cooler. Because now I think he's going to just lie there and relax. There's not much happening at the dam. We didn't see the honey badger again, but we'll keep a look for it. Yeah, so as you can see, this is where we were this morning. This dam is getting quite low as well. The water is starting to run out, but there's still a bit of water, so no issues there. It is very hot this afternoon. I really feel like summer. It's amazing how there can be a very big difference in the temperature in South Africa. For example, now it feels like it's about 30 degrees. I'm not sure what is the temperature now, but it feels very hot, and tonight it will get cold again. Sometimes you have 20 degrees difference between the middle part of the day and early in the morning. Azrin, yes, Dogman is a very handsome boy. Oh, there we go. I think he heard your name and he wanted to check. It is sometimes quite difficult to spend a long time with lions lying flat like that because they don't do much. But as soon as they start moving and start hunting or do any other sort of behavior, it is very nice to spend time with them. Well, okay, so I think as we will continue on our side and see what we can find. In the meantime, we'll send you to JP. We found some tracks for you.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. We've also got a lovely warm 50 degrees Celsius afternoon on this side, and we started our walk at one of the dams looking for some tracks. Some of the tracks that we did notice over here belongs to a warthog, which is one of the pig species that we have in South Africa. It's also the only pig species in the world that uses its tail as a visual communication signal by raising the tail when it runs off so that the group members can maintain group contact. So when we identify tracks, we actually look at the direction of which the track is moving. We then start studying the track and try and determine in which category of tracks it can fit into. In this case, it's a digitigrade track where the animal walks on the tip of its toes and is a strategy for fast running. We also always want to get the light right. So what we also then do is we sometimes just step back and look at the big picture for any additional evidence to help us identify the track. And right over here, we've got these very angular dung segments that has been deposited. Sometimes this is confused with zebra. However, zebra has got kidney-shaped dung pellets. So coming back to the track over here, it's fairly round in the back and also fairly round in the front. So which makes the determining direction a little bit tricky. But we can notice how the sand has been flicked up. Oh, warthog is also quite often confused with another pig species that we have in South Africa, which is actually one of my favorite pig species, and that is a bush pig. So sometimes what we'll notice is with warthogs that it actually will leave a little imprint right over here and a little imprint over here, which we refer to as a dew claw, which is actually the first and the fourth toe, while the third and the fourth toes are the ones that are actually marking in the sand. So if this was bush pig, those two little dew claw marks would have been right over here and not as far off center as it would be with a warthog. Another track that we have over here, compared to the vervet monkeys that we found earlier, this is baboon. Just to provide you with a scale, it's almost as back as my hand. So coming back to the question that's been just asked by Judo in terms of does warthogs actually eat meat? Yes, they do. And I've actually personally seen them chasing cheetah off a kill and then consuming that. Also once seen them feeding off a carcass after they chased a young leopard off an Impala carcass. They consumed everything from the stomach contents, also the rumen that was inside it and the plant material, and then also the remainder of the meat. And all that was left was basically bone and skin. Mostly we'll see warthogs digging for roots, and they love to eat roots and grasses and tubers. And what you also will notice is that they often kneel down while they're feeding, because they have to feed in that way because their necks is actually too short. So when it comes to chasing off predators from prey items, such as cheetah as well as young leopard, warthogs can be incredibly dangerous. And both these young leopard as well as the cheetah knew that it was better to stand off and move away rather than to be exposed to those incredibly dangerous tusks which warthogs will use against a potential predator.
Alright, so we are driving down the Timbawati riverbed. It is one of the best places to drive, especially on hot days like today. In fact, having seen those elephants right at the beginning of the riverbed, I wouldn't be surprised if we find more animals, buffalo herds or buffalo bulls especially, because at this time of the day, the shade of the trees comes into the riverbed. There's quite a lot of tall trees on the edge of this river, so maybe we'll get lucky. See what animals lay maybe roaming around in here. It's also a nice place to look for kudu and giraffe as well. But surprisingly, the first time on Ngala for me to ever see a klipspringer was inside this riverbed. So let's keep our fingers crossed and see what we can find in here. And if we don't find anything, we'll come out and start heading down south. Hopefully we'll be able to get some nice buffalo herds. There was a herd yesterday or the day before that was very close to where we are right now, and that herd has moved a little bit south. So I just want to go and check if the herd has not crossed back in. Also see, because the south has not been checked in a couple of days, see if there isn't anything else that could have crossed into our property from that direction.
Welcome back with us. So we did leave Darkman. I think it's going to lie there a bit longer, so we decided to go see what else we can find. But don't worry, we will go back there a bit later. We're going to go check the western side of the property now. It has been quite good in the past few weeks for leopard on that side, so we're taking some chances and going there now. We did look for the honey badger again, but unfortunately we didn't see anything. He might still be there, but lying in the shade under a tree. So we're not losing all our hopes on this honey badger, so maybe later he will start moving when we are with Darkman. I think the idea now is to bumble around, see if we can pick up any tracks Jason, you would like to know if the leopard would stay hidden because of all the lions. Yeah, it all depends if it knows that the lions are here or not. Sometimes they will not know that the lions are around, so they will continue with their normal behavior. But yeah, they tend to quite not stay too close to lions, obviously, but it happens that there's sometimes some interaction. Lions, it happened in the past that lions try to and kill them. But now I don't think that is the reason why we're not seeing a leopard yet. It's still warm, so yeah, they might be lying in the shade. But you have to remember that all the lions that we have today, they are quite far apart. So the pride this morning and where Dogman is, it's not that close. So there's still a big part of the property. There's no lions around. So I don't think it will affect too much. We're going now. Okay, so we'll continue and see what we can find. We will send you now to Lauren to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the other side of the Djuma feeds. I think this is a brown snake eagle. I'm not sure. I need my binos. But my name is Lauren. I do have PK on camera. We're out a little bit late. Our antenna fell off. But Opa to the rescue, as always. We are on our way to the lions. So I don't want to spend too much time. I want to get there and be with the Nkuhumas before the traffic gets too heavy. I think it's a brown snake eagle, brown, non-feathery legs. I want to see your face, little bird. But yes, we want to spend time with the Nkuhumas, ID them. I've started to figure out who the mothers are, and I'm getting to grips with the dynamics of the pride once again. Hello, bird. You're definitely not complying, but I think it's a brown snake. Look at that bald patch on the back. Okay, Beaks, let's get rolling. We're already late. And this morning, if any of you missed it, we got the Nkuhuma cubs for the first time on WildEarth, naturally. I just want to quickly ID it. Bear with me. I'm not sure if that little yellow eyes. If any of you can ID, it looks a bit brown, sneakily, eagerly to me. Look at that sharp beak. The beak of a raptor, a bird of prey. Okay, let's keep moving. We're quite far out. The lions should be, if they're still there, right next to Gwen's den. Gwen's den was a hyena den that we just called Gwen's den. There was a hyena called Gwen, and it's right on the southeast corner of Djuma. And I'm just worried it's hot. They've maybe taken the cubs and the pride have gone for water. The nearest water point is Chitwa. We can traverse Chitwa, don't worry, but the traffic system there is a little bit different. So we're trying to just put our foot down and make our way to the lions. Okay. Wish me luck, everyone. I'm going to head to the Nkuhuma Pride and we're going to send you guys over to another live location.
All right, I just came out of the riverbed now, and we thought of this nice little place where there is a little pen, and I was thinking, why don't we drive past and see if we might find some nice birds at the pen there that might have come for a drink or a little bath or a little wallow, and then we'll see which birds we can find, and then from there we'll carry on and head south to the rest of the reserve. Sorry, Jackie, I believe you're asking what is the biggest herd of elephants I've ever seen. I think at that dam where we were, that's where I saw the biggest. I stopped counting, at least over 70, and there were still elephants all around where we were, and elephants coming in for a drink. It was quite a very hot winter's afternoon. You guys look right there, this pan is drying out, but in the middle of it, there's a puddle left there, and that blacksmith lapwing is still enjoying it. You can see, I think it might be looking for insects and larvae and anything that could be stuck at the edge of the water there. And I can also see, I'm gonna go forward a little bit. This is very cool. There are also some dark-capped bulbuls that are on this side of the pan, also coming down for a drink. There we go. That is a dark-capped bulbul. And you can see this place is now becoming muddy. Quite a preferred place for the animals that we're looking for today, especially elephants and buffalo. Because when it's muddy like this, at least elephants get to splash themselves with mud, and buffaloes would wallow. And then that helps them with the heat and how hot it is today. But for now, it looks so quiet, and these birds are just enjoying a drink. In fact, if you look back towards where that blacksmith lapwing is, there is a bush behind it, and one of my favorite birds, in fact, my favorite bird out of all the birds, is perched right above that little bush. And if you go, there's a fork-tailed drongo right there. You can see that little black bird perched on top of that, right in the middle of your screen. Guys, to be honest, I've seen a lot of beautiful and brightly colored birds. I've seen endangered birds. I've seen rare birds to see, which surprisingly, for the first time on Ngala this year, we saw a rufous-bellied heron. But for me, a fork-tailed drongo is still at the top. It's an extraordinary bird. The ability for this bird to mimic the calls of other birds. And what's fascinating is I've seen this small bird chasing out eagles in its territory, which I find it's small, but it's able to defend itself properly, and it's smart enough sometimes to make a call of a predator. All right, I think we're gonna move on and then see what else we can see. We're gonna start heading south. So for now, I'll send you guys over to Cedric and see what he's got for you guys.
Yeah, so we found a bird of prey. Unfortunately, we can see only the back, but I assume it is an African hawk eagle. I did manage to see the face quite quickly, but it is not very easy. It is quite far, but it looked like it's an African hawk eagle. We found them in pairs generally, so I'm still looking around as well to see if I can spot a second one. They are a very pretty eagle, and they eat mainly birds. Can be some ground bird like francolins, for example. Yeah, so it's a good time of the day to do some birding. It is hot, even the bird is sitting in the shade there. Yeah, you can see it is quite far. But I would say I'm 90% sure it is an African hawk eagle. I'll just hope that it can turn around. It's just sitting on the branch there. We are very far from it. It's not the best view. I just would like it to turn around maybe. Okay, we'll see if it turns around, otherwise we'll continue.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where, believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I am thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Guys, I think the birding is going exceptionally well today. We just left that other pen, and now when we drive into this one here, we just find a hammerkop. There was also some blacksmith lapwing here that flew off. I'm hoping that some of them might come back to the water. If you look, there is a hammerkop perched on that rock. And I've been seeing little bits of ripples at this little pen on the water. So it's possible that there could be some either little fish or frogs or anything in there that could have attracted the attention of that hammerkop to come and wait there, patiently waiting to see if anything will come close to the surface, and then he'll be able to get his meal. See, now that there is an interesting bird known Wesley, I believe you're asking if we keep a bird list. Personally, yes, I do keep a bird list and a record of all the birds that I have seen. And it's nice to get to know if you've seen a bird before. Sometimes you see a bird once and you forget. And there's also a bird list for the whole Ngala Reserve. And so it's quite interesting to see the type of birds and the amount of birds that are there. If you look to the left of that rock there. There's some birds towards the edge of the water there that are going down for a drink. Look at how they're all just quickly dipping in and dipping out. I'm not sure if you were able to see a little bit of red or pink on the beak of those ones there. Those were some red-billed Quilius that were flittering there. Isn't it amazing how water combines a lot of different species? Like you have the hammerkop perched on the rock, you've got the small birds. We had the blacksmith lapwing earlier on, we had the fork-tailed drongo with the dark-capped bulbul. And if you go to a different watering hole, you'll find something else. So you can see the hammerkop now starting to hunt. So we'll send you guys over to dawn, and then we'll carry on and make our way south and see if we'll find any more interesting stuff to show you guys.
Welcome back to Phinda, everybody. And look what we have managed to find. A female kudu. And as you can see, judging by the size of the fallen over trees around her, she's quite a big antelope. The biggest antelope we found on Phinda, to be exact. And she's not alone. We saw a little bit earlier, we saw a few more. So she is in a small little herd. And we also saw one massive bull. The bull's just gone out of sight though, disappeared behind her in those thickets. I think you can see some movement behind. That's potentially where the rest of the herd... Oh, there's some running right now. Don't know if something just spooked them. But, yeah, if we go back to... Have a look at that one's ears. Can you see how big their ears are? So kudus rely a lot on hearing to protect them out in the bush. That's the reason why they've got those massive ears. To take as much sound as they possibly can in, to warn them if anything's lurking around. Things like lions or leopard, or maybe even clans of hyenas. So we've moved out of the area of those cheetahs just because we don't have any signal there, so we're trying to find anything else at the moment. So while we let these kudu be, let's send you over to Lauren, who's got something that'll scare these kudus away.
Oh, how disappointing. We've just been watching this boy drink. I think this is Mohawk. Hello, stranger. I think it is. I haven't seen Mohawk and Blondie in a very, very long time. He's just been drinking and drinking and drinking. We're at Chitwa. Yeah, this is definitely Mohawk. Look at that tummy. The carcass is empty. Just as I thought. It's quite the feeling when a male lion walks in front of your vehicle like that. My goodness. And now they're going to go flat. It's nice to see them drink because they're up and you can get an entire look at the body. I really, deep in my heart, knew that there was a really large possibility that they were going to be on Chitwa. The cubs are here as well. I just haven't figured out where exactly the cubs are. Yeah. That's Blondie, the one that's panting heavily, I'm sure. Blondie's got less... They're very different facially. I don't see dark mane. We got out a little bit late. I'm not sure if Cedric's checked on him yet. But if they stay here until the sun goes down and they start contact calling, there's still a large possibility that they'll reunite. And Kahuma Pride. Oh, look at that. Isn't that so sweet? Oh, okay. Not entirely sweet. Is it just one lioness, please? I think the cubs may be a little bit further ahead. Just an update on all the cubs, and Michael Fleetwood, thank you so much for all your help, as always. If we don't see animals for a long time, sometimes it's impossible for us to keep track of them. We also come and go, but there are 7. I was right. I thought 7 this morning, but really it was just a big puddle. There are 7 cubs. And the mothers are Ridge-Nose Lioness's daughter, the Pale-Eyed Lioness, and the Tattered Ear Lioness. So the 3 of the oldest cubs, I haven't even seen them all stand up yet. They belong to Ridge-Nose Lioness daughter. Then the next 2 belong to Pale Eyes. That's 5 in total. And then the youngest 2 out of all the litters, that's Tattered Ears. So there's 7 in total. There's just another male lion behind, and I'm not sure who it is. He's walking now, Beaks. I think when you see him, he must be one of the older boys. He's coming down to drink, I think. But that carcass is completely empty. There's not even a hyena in sight. Kosana, you're saying Mohawk looks like... something? Hello. Look how mighty you are. A beast? He is a beast. Mohawk was always the avoca that I bonded with the least, if that makes sense. He was always a little bit nervous, is possibly not the right word. He was always just a little bit cagey when vehicles arrived. But Jesse's a beast. The avocas, my goodness, I've watched them go through the full transformation since he arrived here, at least. But because they are on Chitwa, it's going to get busy, so I will do my best to navigate this sighting. But naturally, as the day goes on, oh, look at that. Yes, shall I go forward for you, Beats? Let's go forward. Is that better? I love watching the cats drink. You're saying absolutely stunning. I'm going to guess this is Ridge-Nose's son. But I mean, the last time I saw Original's son, he did not look like that, I can assure you. So if any of you can confirm that ID, please do let us know. But I think it's one of Original's sons. He's looking like a lion now. He's lost that cub look that he had the last time I saw him. It's amazing how they transform. And it's been unfortunate that they went down south. And as you do know, the Nkuhumas did lose a sub-adult male, but it wasn't confirmed who. And that's why I'm hesitant to also say, until we can get a sort of body count, an ID count, it's sometimes best not to make assumptions. But one of the sub-adult males was very injured, so it's most likely going to be that male. It's not just the prey species that get nervous around water bodies, the predators do too. Because you're turning your back, you're bending down, turning your back onto a whole landscape. You're leaving yourself very vulnerable, very exposed. It's not just the sort of prey species that get really nervous coming around to water holes, especially big water holes like this. So nice to see the Nkuhumas. I know I keep saying that. It's a very similar timing to last year, 2019, sorry. The youngest two of the cubs who belong to Tattered-eared were born around early May, give or take. And if you compare that to when Ridge-Nose had her boys in 2019, it was also May. And it's very much a sort of 2-year cycle. Beaky and I were devastated when we went back to the carcass and nothing was there. But I knew it. It had to be Chitwa. It's the closest water hole and it's very hot. Okay, we're going to spend as long with the Nkuhumas as we can, hopefully get a view of the cubs soon, and we're going to send you guys over to JP.
Good afternoon and welcome back on Bushwalk. Just located in the shell of a giant land snail right over here. Quite often they're incorrectly referred to as slugs. So one of the differences between a slug and a snail is that a snail actually has a snail as a shell, while the slug does not have a shell. So one of the characteristics that the snails and slugs do have is that they got a radula, which is like a razor-like tongue that they use for rasping on plant material or animal material, as they can be both carnivorous as well as herbivorous. You find snails in a wide range of different habitats, right through from marine, freshwater, as well as on land. So for us, this is the largest of all our species of snails in southern Africa, and they can probably get 4 times the size of the shell that we see over here. Also find it interesting is that a number of people have actually poached these and then they use them for the pet trade. However, they are also eaten. So in some countries, it's illegal to actually be in possession of giant land snails, as they can, on average, deliver batches of some 200 to 300 eggs, which very rapidly turns into more snails and more snails. And in those countries where there's no biological control agents, they've actually made a large amount of trouble in a number of natural ecosystems. And in the United States, they're probably regarded as one of the 100 most invasive species. So in South Africa, we do find that they have a number of biological control agents which manages their numbers and prevents them from becoming over-successful within a habitat. And these include a number of different bird species. And one of the ones I've often seen eating them is actually the southern ground hornbill. What we also do find is that the larvae of fireflies are parasitic on the snail itself, and therefore uses the live host to be able to develop into the next stage of its life. Coming back into the eating of these snails, you can eat them, as I've already mentioned. However, within certain other southern African cultures, it's seen as a taboo, especially where it is a totem for specific groups. I didn't hear the question quite clearly. If you don't mind to just re-ask the question. Good afternoon, and welcome to the show. In terms of they can bite, no, they can't bite. Their tongue is almost like a file that rasps both plant material as well as animal material off from whatever choice of food they will be consuming. Just to give you an idea that they reckon that these snails can reach anywhere between 4 and 7 years of age in the wild, depending on climatic conditions. And in captivity, it's apparently recorded that they can actually exceed some 8 to 10 years of age. We're going to move off and let's go and see what else we can go and find.
All right, so we thought we'd change it up a little bit. We're going to head down south. We are almost there. Change a bit of vegetation, change a little bit of the scenic as well as the vegetation here. It's more rocky with a lot of isolated bushes here and there and a lot of thorny trees. So I'm hoping that we get to find some huge, nice big herds of elephants or nice big herds of buffalo, because there's a lot of grass down in the south. Not forgetting that it's still quite hot. Animals at this point are still trying to stay cool, inside thick drainage lines. So ahead of us, there's one of the dams that is close to the boundary that I would like to go and have a look at and then check and then see if we'll find anything.
Unfortunately, the cubbies have gone down into a little gully. Oh, my goodness. So we're going to just work with what we've got for now. And we probably will have to make space soon. Oh, Nkahumas, why did you not stay on Djuma a little bit longer, huh? It's just a vehicle that's going to pass. There we go. I really was hoping to see the three boys reunite. Weeks, I'm going to reposition. Linda, you're right. So special to see them all together. We were just really lucky this morning that they just happened to be on the Djuma side. I mean, they were on the fire break, but it's just lucky that they were on the Djuma side rather than the southern side of Gowrie Main. We were lucky that way. At least we still can view them. The Talamati Pride were just here the other night. It's amazing. Same property. Hello, everybody. Aren't you guys just beautiful? And the Nkahuma Pride really were the dominant pride in the area for a really long time. The Nkahumas were Djuma. Djuma was the Nkahumas, but naturally over time things change. And they've just pushed a little bit further down south. They spend a lot of time on Mala Mala now. And we just don't get to see them as much. But it's just amazing. This must be the sort of territorial boundary which is always in a state of flux, constant state of flux between lion prides, between any sort of territorial holder, that really loose boundary line on the periphery. And we literally just had the Talamatis, Davy and I, not so long ago. Lo and behold, a few days later, we're here again with the Nkahumas. It's interesting. I find animal movement really fascinating. But it's hot. They're all seeking shade. Lauren, no. No, lions don't switch. Males obviously are ousted, they disperse, they create their own coalition, and prides can split once they get too big. They will split, and there'll be a relation there for a while, of course, until the new young one's limping over there. There's no view right now, Beaks, but we'll go around in just a moment. But yes, they can split. I mean, of course, as the new generations come in, the relatedness, the connectedness dissolves a little bit. But it's definitely not the norm for lions to join another pride. They're fiercely protective. Of course, you always get those strange examples. We were discussing Solo yesterday, the wild dog that formed a little gang with a hyena. But generally speaking, that doesn't happen. Everybody's getting up now. Must be too hot. This is so lovely. I'm just going to loop around and see what other individuals are here. We're going to send you guys over to another location.
All right. Right, I think I might have to reverse a little bit just to give this big guy the space that he deserves. But look at what he's just done. I think he's trying to break that knob thorn. Wow. That is a massive animal. You know what? Let me try a different angle and see if we would be lucky or fortunate enough to get this phenomenal creature on footage. When I look at the tusks on him, I am impressed. When I look at his size, I am impressed. I've got absolutely no doubt in my mind that that is a true giant. Look at the size of this male. Look at the size of those tusks. Holy. You see, he just pushed that knob thorn to bend. You could hear the thorns ripping off the trunk when he's pulling a branch off. And what's even more impressive is that he's going to put that branch with thorns inside his mouth. Like I said earlier on with the other herd of elephants, like it's winter right now. So he doesn't really have to eat the grass and the grass alone because the grass is dying out. It doesn't have as much nutritional value. So the twigs, the branches, the bark, the roots, the leaves, all of these still have a little bit of moisture or a little bit of nutrition in them. And that's why this elephant just pushed down that knob thorn to get access to the top leaves. Bring them a bit closer. And you can see what he's done to that branch. He just bit off the top end where those twigs were, and I've got no doubt right now he might chew the bark off that little stem and then split out the small trunk there. But it's quite amazing how delicate and how gentle he is with that trunk when breaking branches, being able to grab onto a certain branch. Emmanuel, I think with prior to your question, what's the strongest point for an elephant to detect a predator? Elephants' senses are all sharp. The hearing is great, eyesight is good, and his sense of smell is very, very good as well. So he would be able to hear, see, or smell a predator from far, especially if there is a prominent wind blowing straight towards his direction. Then that would be easier for him to pick up on the scent. And if it is an area where it's quite open, and I've seen when there is a predator in the area, you see an elephant walk straight at high pace towards that direction to try and chase that one predator out. So all his senses are very, very good. Most likely his nose first if the wind is very strong. I can hear him trying to chew that little twig that he put in there.
Kate Gilman Williams is an 11-year-old girl from Austin, Texas, and we think she's amazing. At only 7 years of age, Kate went on safari and since then has become part of a new generation of kids who are fighting for animals. She has written a book, offered extensive support for a number of conservation projects, and recently teamed up with Microsoft to start a club. Kate believes that advocacy has no age limit, and that if she waits until she's an adult, then it may be too late. Join Kate, who has traveled from Texas to sit with Lauren at the fire to discuss her work and how her generation can become part of the solution. The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine, and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
It's amazing how he could easily just chew on that thorny bushes, especially an oak thorn. The type of thorns that are on that tree are very, very serious and hooked-like, so they're meant to hook on anything that walks past. You can see his ears flapping, trying to fan himself while he's feeding. Knowing that it's quite hot, he's trying to push down a very cool breeze to the back of his body. I think he's been here quite a while. I think he's maybe in that one spot where he's enjoying himself. Astrid, you asking if it's normal for a male lion to be, a male elephant to be alone? Yes, it is. So what happened to him was, by the time he got to at least 12, 13 years of age, when he hit puberty, he got kicked out of the herd, which you can imagine might have been difficult on him being a young bull, and all he knew was the herds, and so it must have been difficult times. But eventually, slowly but surely, he would grow up, and then every time he gets pushed out, the bigger he gets, the more distance, and because the more confident he becomes, and the stronger he gets, the more confident on himself he is. But even though he is here right now, he is able to hear when elephants or the herds are communicating to each other. View that type of rumbling sounds that the elephant matriarch could make to communicate with the rest of the herds when it's time to move on or which direction to take. So he would pick that up from at least 30 kilometers away from the herd, knowing which way the herds have moved. So it's normal that we get to see elephant bulls on their own. Sometimes you get to see bulls, maybe 2 or 3 all together. Of course, that's prior to if there isn't any female in heat then, because they don't have to fight for anything. Food, there's a lot, and then the only reason they would fight would be for mating rights. But sometimes you'd find that it's a big bull, and then with young bulls that he's allowed to walk with, and then it means that if there is mating there, he, being the bigger one, he gets mating priority and mating rights over the females, because none of the small bulls will dare to challenge him. So yeah, we do get to see bulls on their own very often. All right, I think we're going to leave this male, let him carry on chewing on that very thorny bush, and then we'll send you guys over to Roran with the lions.
Most of them have all got up now. It's a shame. We were trying to do an ID body count, but most of them have all got up now and they're going into the drainage. So this will be the last little segment we do with them, and then we have to make space for other vehicles, I'm afraid. But thank you, Simone. It was Ridge Nosey's son. Ridge Nosey's son. Thank you for letting me know that. My goodness, he's grown. I have photos of him when he was a tiny little cub. Wow. And it is believed that the other one was the injured male. I don't conclusively know that, though. My goodness, he's big. They're all big. And that's what I love about being out here and facilitating these drives for you all. That's all I do. I just drive. We're all in this together, is watching the animals grow up, and it's amazing seeing them change over time. Who comes, who goes, what happens. It's been nice to see them. We might get in a little bit later, but the Eastern Channel's got a lot more traffic, which means the sort of time in sightings is a little bit shorter. Grumpy, yes, a lion absolutely would. We see it many times. They absolutely would climb trees to steal a leopard's kill. They're not so elegant at climbing trees, but they absolutely will. And they're all starting to move now. They're going into that sort of outflow drainage, Chitwa. This is exactly where Marib's was day in, day out. We're right next to the dam wall. I don't think we'll see Marib's here for a while. There's the Talamati Pride and then the Gohoma Pride. Leopards will avoid lions. There's a few tawny bodies still sleeping, but that's the bulk of the pride move. We're going to drive along the dam wall, see if we can get any sort of visual, but I really do think the cubs are tucked away in that drainage line now because it's hot. Okay, what a wonderful, wonderful start to the afternoon. I'll just go across the dam wall once, see what we can see, but for now, we're going to send you guys over to JP.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. For a moment we're out and about, we're looking for animals. But things have changed quite drastically in the last 2 months as it's becoming drier and there's less and less water. So a lot of the animals actually had to move off. So therefore we don't often see elephant and buffalo like we used to in large numbers. So as we were walking in a fairly open area and there is a lot of different dung droppings all over the place. And if we have a look over here, we've got giraffe, and quite often what you do find with giraffe is a fairly large pellet, and because it gets dropped at somewhere between 1.5, 1.8 meters in height, if it lands on a solid surface, it tends to be scattering, which is quite helpful when you want to separate it from similar looking species dung. Right over here, we've also got impala. That's been dropped in a neat little pile. And then small little droppings over here, pale in color, that belongs to scrub hare. So you might wonder why there's so many droppings in this open area. And one of the reasons is it provides safety to the animals, especially on windy days and windy nights. All the animals will move into this area because it enables them to see, while their sense of smell has been compromised, as well as the ability of hearing when the potential predator does come close. So it's been for a predator such as a lion. This also makes perfect sense. Quite often in areas where I've worked, where there's a lot of competition between different prides of lions, if it's windy, where do we go and find lions? In the open, right in the sun even, just purely because they have a better chance to spot a potential group of lions that come into the area, and that they can move away before they do get into conflict with them. Just going to see what else we have over here, and see what we can have a look at. Good afternoon, Magic Dragon Lizard, and welcome to the show. With regards to your question, how much distance we cover. Sometimes we cover maybe 1.5 kilometers, sometimes we cover up to 7.5 kilometers on a show, just depending on what we are looking for. So quite often when I do look at my polar heart rate monitor and I look at my walks that I've logged, it's often 14-15 kilometers of walking in a day, which is quite typical if we do walks. It also depends on the fitness level of groups when we are walking with guests, how far we will walk and what the purpose of the walk is. Sometimes people like just to walk as well as experience the environment, and they don't really want any form of interpretation. They just want to be indulging into the beautiful sounds of nature as well as observing what's going on around them. Sometimes we have guests that we walk that would like to know about everything. They ask lots of questions, and therefore we don't always cover a lot of distance in that case.
After seeing that massive elephant bull, we are approaching one of the quarries here, and I also just want to maybe have a look at what different bird life we might get from there. Who knows, maybe we'll get something different from what we had on the other two. Also, maybe we might get something very similar. I can already see some Egyptian geese at the quarry. Can see some geese, and there's also a dove, and I think I'm also seeing some francolins far left of the geese there that are drinking. I think let's rather sit here and wait and just watch.
Sorry. Welcome back with us. We just arrived at quarantine. We've been doing quite a lot of driving. We spotted some nice leopard tracks that we're trying to follow up on. It is quite difficult, so we did drive around a few blocks, but now we're going to continue and drive a road just next to quarantine there. I think it might have gone into that side. Yeah, but the tracks was quite fresh, so we know there's a leopard around here. We just need to do our best to find it. So yeah, I stopped there. There was a little squirrel alarm calling, but looked like it was looking just down under the tree, so I don't think there was anything interesting there. Yeah, we're making leopards our mission this afternoon, but if we don't see anything, we'll drive back to Dogman a bit later. So I think that leopard was moving until quite late this morning, because the tracks was very, very fresh, and so this is quite good. This road is a little bit bumpy, so sorry about that. But would you like to know what animals are very reliable to help to find predators? I think impalas are quite good. They don't alarm call often for nothing. And yeah, guinea fowls as well are quite nice to have when they alarm call as well. It can help you, especially for leopards. Yeah, I like impalas. I think they are very reliable. The squirrel, for example, it can be anything. It can be a snake, a bird of prey, or also a cat, obviously, when they alarm call. So it's a little bit more difficult to follow up. Kudus also are very good when they bark. Can help you. I really hope we can pick up on something here. It would be great to see a leopard. It's been 2 days now. Okay, so hopefully we'll be lucky. We'll continue and check here. In the meantime, we'll send you to Lorraine with her lions.
We are in the lineup for the cubs. PK were live, dear. I don't think PK comes. Oh, the two of us are having such a...
Well, with the sun going down, I'm going to try and make space so everyone can come in here. It's quite a big lineup, so come to the back of the dam wall quickly, and I'll show you.
Copy, thank you. Lauren, do you want to go in or must I?
We're ready to go in. We won't be long if that's okay.
Hey, you go ahead. I'll stay on the one.
Lauren, quickly come here and I'll show you.
Copy. Sorry, Gwen. We're navigating into the cubs. It's a little bit sensitive. Big lineup. So we are just going to make it slow. We are just going to get in there and keep an ear on the radio. Everyone's very cautious of vehicle traffic and sun going down. Peter, which way would you like me to come?
To the back and you circle around. I'll show you. Just come to the back here, not in the front. Go down.
Copy. Sorry, Gwen, we might need a little bit of time. This is what we do call a sensitive sighting, where you're just really, really cautious, and it's very, very regulated. We are going to get a view, but it's just going to take a bit of doing. Okay, hopefully very shortly I will be with the cubs for you all.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. We're just located on some hyena feces right over here. And one of the ways that we know that it's hyena is because of a large amount of calcium that's inside the feces and the lack of hair. Quite often when it does come to lions, their dung can be white as well, but they tend to have more hair in it. One of the things what will determine why the colour will be also the amount of meat that they've eaten. Sometimes with hyenas it can also be incredibly dark in colour. They've got the ability of having one of the strongest jaws of most other animal species out there, and therefore they can crush through bone fairly easily. One of the only things that they don't really feed on is actually the horns as well as the hooves, because of a keratin that they can't digest. It's also interesting that hyenas has got one of the strongest digestive systems of any animals, and it's believed that they can even digest enamel. So the teeth also will go through the stomach and be dissolved due to the high acid content. So one of the other things that we also often find is that where we have on the side of the roads, we often will find large accumulations of this white feces, and that generally indicates a territorial boundary, which will tell other clans of hyenas to stay out. So one of the clans of hyenas in this area pretty much consists of almost 17 individuals, and they've been able to maintain this area and defend it against other clans from trying to come into the area. So what we also sometimes find with hyena feces is that certain species of tortoises, such as the Specs hinge tortoise, will actually come and feed on this. And this is done for obtaining the calcium, which they need for shell development. We're going to go and see what else we can go and find, and let's go and check what Lauren is up to.
We made it, everyone. Sorry about earlier. There's just lots of strict rules in place, as there should be. Hello, little cubs. Aren't you just adorable? Yes, and you know it, don't you? Oh. Now, I don't know who is who in terms of the moms, because all I can see is flat tummies, but... that is so sweet. Look at those little bean toes. 7 new cubs for the new generation of the Nkohumas. This one looks slightly older. I wonder if it's one of the older ones. Slightly more developed. And if Beaky, there we go, look at mom. You see those mammary glands really swollen, really obvious, really prominent nipples. And if you do look carefully, normally you'll see wet marks as well. And that's how we do know. Oh, there's one suckling. Beaks, go down. There you go. That is how we do know that lioness is either pregnant or has given birth. Those are the signs that we do look for. Won't be prominent like that if she's not lactating. It's not always easy to get a look, but I mean, when lions are flat, you can really sort of see those signs, and that's what you're trying to pick out. Isn't this just too precious? It won't be the longest sighting in the world, but it's nice to see them again. Who knows when they'll come back to Djuma? Hopefully soon, but really, who knows? And most of them were at the kill today. I saw all 7. So they're all now being taken to carcasses with the adults. They're all now nibbling on meat. And yes, they're still suckling, absolutely, but they're all now sort of slowly starting to get a little bit of a taste. It's been a real surprise today and a real pleasure being able to show you guys. Would you look at that? Emily, you are 8 years old. I am so happy you're watching the show. Did you tell us what your favorite animal is, though? I hope you did. And you're asking, how many teeth does an adult lion have? And they have 30. 30 teeth. Not as many as teeth as hyenas. Hyenas have more teeth. But 30 teeth is still a lot of teeth. And I mean, adults are said to have 32. I think that's including the wisdom teeth, though. So that number for humans can differ because some people have wisdom teeth, some people don't. Some people have only a few. I only had 3. And all of them were awful. I had to get all of them removed. But lions have 30, and they have that special carnassial shear, which sort of helps them slice. It's the position of the molars on each jaw, which helps them slice through flesh. But we will have to leave, I'm afraid. This sighting is going to have to wrap up. And this will be our last little visuals of the cubs for now.
One thing that WildEarth strives to achieve is to connect kids with our natural world. One person who agrees with this is Kate, an 11-year-old girl who founded Kids Can Save Animals to help inspire her generation to help mend the planet. Her motto is that kids may be young, but age does not define your impact. Kate is coming all the way from America to join us at Djuma for a live safari. She wants to connect with all of the WildEarth kids, answer your questions, and help you understand that there are plenty of ways that you can make a difference regardless of your age. So join us on the 4th of August at 2:30 p.m. Central African Time for a very special kids safari.
Hello everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. What we have over here is a skull of a buffalo that we found on our walk this afternoon. So we suspect it was a bull, and we know that it has happened quite a long time ago that this animal has succumbed because of the coloration of the bone. It's been bleached, and we also have noticed that there's no more horns on the skull itself. This has most likely been decomposed by horn moths. We also didn't find much other signs of bones around here, and one of the reasons is because species such as a hyena will normally drag off the bones and go and chew on it somewhere else. And before long, after a kill has taken place, most of the bones will be scattered throughout the veld. We also sometimes find that species such as porcupines will also drag the bones back towards their den, as they often gnaw on these for obtaining calcium. So when we do look at the skull, it's got a fairly thick skull, and we can also notice that there's these honeycomb structures over here. This is most likely to provide some further structural density and also to protect the brain. So especially with bulls, they will find that their horns will be meeting in the center and creating a large ridge there. Hence the scientific name synkeros, which means together horn. And that also helps to protect the brain and the skull when the bulls are fighting. So when they do fight, they often will run at one another, and they often do so at speeds of approximately 40 kilometers per hour. And there's even records of where they've actually tossed and somersaulted one another into mid-air. So therefore you can understand how important it is to have such a dense skull as well as such a well-developed set of horns on your head. Additionally to that, those horns are also used as defensive weapons against other bulls, but also against predators such as lion that will often predate on them. Just wanted to turn this over, point out to you over here. Here we've got the molars, and as it's one of the larger ruminant species in South Africa, with only giraffe being larger than them, it's very important that they've got molars to assist with breaking down the food even further. Generally, we find that buffalo feeds on dense, coarse grasses, and then this will be eaten and then regurgitated. And then once it's been regurgitated, it's chewed for a second time. And then these molars will move over one another between the upper and the lower jaw and break the food down even further before it's swallowed and then taken up into the second stomach chamber of the buffalo. We're going to move off and go and see what else we can go and find. Good afternoon, G, and welcome to the show. It is actually very interesting to see, and it's not often that we actually get the opportunity to sit and stop and look at it and really go and study how the skull looks like. Quite often when we're on vehicles, we tend to just drive past without actually getting off and actually having a look. That's one of the things that I really like about bushwalks. It gets you on your feet, and it enables you to have a closer look and discover all the smaller aspects and more complex aspects of the ecosystem. In the meanwhile, let's go and see what Rule's up to.
All right, so we did check all the dams that are on the boundary road, all three of them. We did find some interesting birds, but there wasn't any animal there, to be precise. There was one that was hoping to find some hippopotamus. Every time I go there, I do find some hippo there. Surprisingly, today there wasn't anything. So what we're going to do now, we're going to start heading back to water parts of the reserve. There are other guys out there that are on the search of the Ngala with guys a hand. But we'll take a slow drive to get down there, see what we can find along the way. And then see if we can find any giraffe. I'm actually hoping for a lot of general game. There's an area where we're heading to which is quite open. So hopefully we get some general game altogether, some zebra and wildebeest.
So we did check around for that leopard, but was not very lucky there. Yeah, it might be in the block, so we hope maybe later this afternoon might start being mobile. It will be easier to find it. In the meantime, I think now we're going to drive towards Treehouse Dam again and see if we can get a good visual of dark mane. This leopard is definitely around, not far from quarantine, so maybe tonight can find it. Would be great. Apart from that, it was quite quiet here. Not much animals. We didn't see one elephant. So yeah, hopefully it will get a little bit more busy from now. You would like to know how far is dark mane from the Nkumas, but I'm not sure exactly where are the lion pride, but it is, yeah, it is quite far. Obviously in a straight line it's not that far, but they're not that close to each other. I'm not sure how to explain in meters or kilometers, but maybe one kilometer, I would say, around that. So he might go there tonight, we don't know. He was heading in that direction this morning. So when we got the tracks on Philemon cut lines, and then he went towards Treehouse Dam. So if it gets on Gary Main, from there it can be quite quick to get to the pride. I'm trying another road now. I think if he spots some vultures in the sky and starts smelling the carcass, he might head in that direction. Never know. Oh. Yeah, he might stop on the left there. Last visual. That was a little steenbok. I don't know if Darby can see it.
No, that's another.
Yeah, let me just reverse quickly. Yeah, it's not a great visual, but there's a little steenbok there that was on the road. This would be a male. Tiny little horns. They're quite skittish sometimes, so it's quite difficult to get them on camera, but some of them are quite relaxed, so... If I go forward, he might run away, so I'm just going to wait there a little bit and see, maybe he will pop up on the road again. We have one of the smallest antelope here. They're normally in pairs, so it might be a female around. Yeah, it is not great behind the bush there. Let me try my luck and see if I can get a better visual in front. He might run away though. I'm just going to wait a little bit before switching off the car. I'll get used to us. There we go, beautiful. I really like the markings in their ears. So this one is very relaxed. Okay, so we'll see what it does. He might move off and we'll also continue on our little adventure.
Well, one of the most famous birds, the southern yellow-billed hornbill, perched on top of that little bush. You can see it looks like with the wind, it's trying to keep balance. And see, we headed back now to summer, where it starts raining and all that, and the hornbills are gonna start nesting. So I think this hornbill is enjoying the last few months of being alone. Come September, which is in a month from now, after the rains come, these guys will be starting to look for a nesting place, which would be tree cavities, mostly all those holes that they can get, try and lay their chicks in.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. At the moment we're staring down a chimney shaft of a termite mound, and we're discussing how it actually generates heat. So one of the things that we find with termites is that they have to maintain a consistent temperature within the termite mound, and they do this by having these chimney shafts as well as some other little vents on the side which they can close or open to make sure that there's a consistent temperature of approximately 30-31 degrees Celsius inside there. So often on cold mornings, if we put our hands above these chimneys, we can actually feel that the heat that rises from above it. It often gets used by a number of different mammal species as well. And one of the mammals that we often find that sleeps inside these shafts is a small little dwarf mongoose, which is one of Africa's smallest carnivores. These little guys, they seldom weigh more than 200 to 300 grams. And here we can see some of the scat or remains of that they've produced. What I also find particularly interesting is that dwarf mongoose will rotate in the area from hole to hole on a 27-day average, that they will make sure that they go back to a specific area, so they don't sleep in the same burrow system or mound every night. And at first it was thought that it was linked to the moon or lunar cycle. However, it was discovered it's to do with the length that the scent of the dung remains active as a territorial demarcator. Some of the other animal species which will utilize these is our python and also a number of different snakes which will sleep up here. We also sometimes find that both the rock monitor as well as water monitor will dig into the side of these termite mounds and then lay their eggs inside there. So the consistent temperature of the mound then will assist with the incubation of the eggs, and termites will be the first meal on their list once they've hatched. I also often have noticed yellow-billed hornbills coming to sit right on top of them in the early morning. So even birds will utilize that heat to just give them that little bit of a boost on an icy cold winter's morning. And as you know, some of the temperatures that we can get down here is as low as 2 degrees, 3 degrees Celsius before the sun rises. We're going to continue and let's go and see what the team is up to in Phinda.
Welcome back to Phinda, everyone, and you wouldn't believe it, literally 5 minutes ago we had a leopard drinking right on the other side of the water. I'm going to ask Glenn to zoom in to where we saw that leopard drinking, and just as we got here the leopard was a little bit nervous, so he ran back out into the bush. So now we're just standing by on this wall of this watering hole, and hopefully if we cross our fingers and we're lucky, this leopard might come back out towards the water and we can see it drinking. So I think it might be worth waiting here for a little while. So what happened with us this afternoon is we followed those tracks of we went in that area where those cheetahs were, and there wasn't any signal there, so we had to leave that area. Then we found reasonably fresh tracks of 2 male lions, and we followed those tracks, and on our way of following those tracks we found this leopard at this watering hole. So we still have those tracks in mind, and maybe after we waited here for a little bit to see if we can find this leopard, we will go and follow those male lion tracks again, and hopefully we can find those males for you. But what a beautiful scene. Just have a look at this water while we are waiting, hopefully, for this leopard to make its return. Oh, I'm hearing everybody's crossing their fingers that this leopard's making a return. Yeah, so are we. We are sitting here on the edges of our seats, scanning all over the water's edge on that side, waiting to see that spotted face of that leopard coming out of the grass to sip some water in this late afternoon. Lily, you are making a fabulous point. Lily's saying that not a bad place for us to sit and wait for that leopard. I 100% agree with you. We've got a beautiful sun that's lowering by the second, and the water is as still as a mirror. We've got hippos in the background and lots of different bird calls. So yes, you're right, Lily, not a bad place to sit and wait for a leopard to come back down to drink some water. So this leopard that we've been waiting for is a young male. We just briefly got to see his gender, and he probably came down to drink, didn't wake up too long ago, decided his first moves for the evening or the late afternoon is going to come back or come down to water to drink, and then from there he might already establish his own territory, so he might go on a territorial patrol, scent mark his territory, and while he's doing that, potentially look out for things to hunt. So who knows what this leopard will be up to this afternoon, but let's hope he comes back down to the water first thing. Now, so as you can see, we're just scanning along the water's edges there to see if we can't see any signs, but so far nothing. See, the thing with leopards, they are so elusive. Most probably that leopard is somewhere on the other side of that watering hole, keeping a close eye on us. We just can't see it. And you know how leopards camouflage with that beautiful coat of theirs. So for all that we know, that leopard's just somewhere there lying down, waiting for us to move away so that it can have its water this afternoon. And I don't know if you maybe want to come back and we can just set this beautiful scene with the sun also in front of us, so that everyone back home can see exactly what it is that we're enjoying here in this late afternoon on Phinda. Just look at that scene. I do think we're in for a beautiful sunset this afternoon. There's just a bit of scattered clouds all over, which makes for beautiful colors as the sun lowers down. But don't worry, while you guys are looking at the sun, I'm still scanning with my binoculars along the water's edge to see if I can't see any signs. So while we're sitting here waiting for this leopard to make its return and enjoy the beautiful sunset next to the water, we're maybe going to move a little bit forward and just see if we can't scan from a different angle. But for now, we'll just wait patiently for that leopard's return.
As one of the industry's best and FAGASA-endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a FAGASA-accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river, it's being washed away unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful, look at that. One crossing, 2 to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Yeah, so we are back with dark mane. It didn't move much, probably like 5 meters, but at least he stood up when we arrived here. We could hear some buffaloes in the distance, so maybe that might make him move a bit earlier. Yeah, doesn't want to look at us at the moment. You can see the very dark patch behind the ear. This is a sign for communication. It's very important for them to have that when they hunt. Then they can see where are the other individual while they are stalking the prey. Obviously the big mane around the head and the neck to protect them as well when they fight with other males. Yeah, can hear the buffaloes again. And he's looking in that direction. But it's not very close, so... What we are hoping now is that maybe stand up and start walking in that direction to go check. It'd be nice if you can look at us. Eric, I would like to know if dark mane still hunt. You have a bad limp, but actually when he starts walking for a while, he stops limping, so he might be able to hunt, yeah. Obviously, he will not be able to run on a long distance, so if he stalks a prey properly, yeah, I'm pretty sure he could kill. He spends a lot of time alone sometimes, so he definitely have to eat. But obviously, it will be better for him to be with a pride and use the kill that the lioness made. So you will see when he starts moving at the beginning, he's limping quite a lot, but after a few minutes or it starts getting better. As soon as it stretches his leg, it gets better. I'm not sure where all the Talamat is at the moment. I think they are more north. And he came back from the south, if I'm not mistaken. Lions are very opportunistic, so anything that will pass by them, they will try to catch. Male lions are very good hunters as well. Lots of male lions spend most of their time alone. So, yeah, I was saying that males are very good hunters. They spend lots of time alone without the pride, so they have to hunt by themselves. When they are in a coalition of a few of them, what is nice is that we can kill big prey such as buffaloes and giraffe, and then we get quite a lot of food for them for a long time, well, a couple of days. We can go without food for up to 14 days, which is quite a lot. And I think for water, we can go without water for 4 days. Now, what would be great now, a bit later, would be if we can start calling, then go drink at the dam, and start moving. If we can get that, that would be awesome. But we will have to have patience for that. It will be a little bit later. White man, you're saying that dog man is your favorite lion. That's good to hear. There we go, he's looking at you. Yeah, it's quite cool. You have a beautiful mane. It's the only big male I saw on Djuma since I'm with WildEarth. So it's only my second trip here for the live safari, and I saw only this one. I saw the younger male in the pride. Yeah, so I like him too because I got good souvenirs with him on my first trip here. Okay, so we'll sit with him here, and in the meantime we'll send you to Lauren, who have something that the lions like to hunt.
The same buffalo herd from this morning, I think, everyone. They've obviously crossed the Molars, moved west, and we've now got them just west of Twin Dams. So in terms of distance, they haven't really moved that far. They don't move that fast because they're constantly grazing, walking, grazing, walking. You can find buffalo stay in the same sort of area of the reserve for a few days. And it definitely was a buffalo. We went to check on the carcass. One vulture, not a single hyena in sight, which really surprises me. I think they've all just been and gone as just bones. But I did have a chat with Rexon, and he feels there's a high chance the Djuma clan could actually be using Gwen's den again. He saw a little cub there the other night. And now I don't know, because the Nkuhumas were there, if that will change the dynamics. But it's definitely good news to know that there's a possibility they could use that den. Wouldn't that just be fantastic? I had some great sightings at that den, especially with Ribbon, when she was a low-ranking female. Ribbon and Petty. And if some of you are new and don't know that den, it's just a termite mound. It's really just another den that they have used in the past multiple times. But Rexon feels there could be some activity there. I checked, it's freshly dug. There definitely is hyena scat. But it doesn't entirely mean that they're using that as a den. But I'm definitely going to keep checking it. Once it gets a little bit cooler, if the Djuma clan are on Djuma, I want to be with them. I think the Nkuhumas got a buffalo from this exact herd. They're moving it. I wonder if they're going to end up at Treehouse. Guys, there's a lion at Treehouse. His name is Darkmane. I was really hoping Darkmane would meet up with the boys, Mohawk and Blondie. I'd just love to sense their interaction and sort of gauge how they do react to one another. They're going to recognize each other, even if it's not visually, it's going to be through scent and audio. They are a coalition, essentially. And I just wonder what sort of interaction, because they've been apart for a long time. I mean, I can't even think of the last time they were reported to be a trio. And it would just fascinate me to see Darkmane appear. But now that they've gone a little bit further south into Chitwa, I'm not entirely sure that's going to happen. But you never know. I It'll be good to see when he wakes up what direction he goes in. Is he going to start heading north again in search of the Talamatis, or are they going to keep going south and end up on Chitwa? If they both start contact calling, there's absolutely no way they won't hear it. Treehouse Dam is really not that far from Chitwa. Precious, that is what we've just been saying, that we wonder how they will react. I'm really not sure. I don't have the answers. It would be good to see. Darkmane's had an injury for quite some time. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Darkmane was limping when he was also hanging around with those boys. It's not a new injury. It's a very, very old one, actually, and I believe it's just sort of been a broken bone, quite a severe break that has healed wrong. We obviously wear stookies. Darby laughs at me when I say that word. Do you call them stookie speaks? You know when you break your arm, you call them a stookie. Vicky's laughing at me. Well, we call them stookies, and obviously that's to realign the bones, to ensure that, okay, you've broken the bone, you've had an injury, is to ensure that everything heals in the correct position. And we're lucky that way, we have access to that. But if you break a bone severely and it doesn't heal right, you're not going to have use of that limb or that part of your body. And I personally believe that's what's happened to Darkmane. And he's broken that leg, that joint, and it's just healed badly, and that's why he's limping. But it's not a new injury. It looked like Mohawk had been through the wars as well. As male lions get older, they really, you start to see the scars and the scratches and the injuries due to their lifestyle. But Precious, I really would love to see their interaction. But you never know. I mean, the buffalo are on Djuma. So you never know if the Ngomas will wake up and come back north again. They might not. It's going to be interesting once they start to get mobile. I need to keep my ear on the eastern channel. I'm going to head back down that way anyway to check out the hyena den in a little bit. So I'll stay with the buffalo a little bit longer, but my plan is to get back to Gwen's den. And talking of lions, we're going to send you guys back to Darkmane.
Yeah, so we did reposition a bit. We have a better view of him now. You can see the beautiful dark color in his mane. He was looking at us at one stage, but unfortunately he lied down again. It is a very big cat. We're not very far from him now. This is the problem with lions. When you look at them, they like to rest up to 18 hours a day. So most of the time they don't do much. He seems to be very sleepy now. The sun is starting to go down nicely, so it should get a bit cooler soon. But I know, well, most of the time I saw him, I know he likes to start moving when it gets dark, so we might have a little bit more waiting to do. Yeah, so that's nice that Lorenzo with the buffaloes, because it's probably the buffaloes we were hearing from here earlier. I assume it is still that big herd we saw yesterday. I can still hear the buffaloes from here. Come on, dogman. Just look at us a bit. No, it's not cooperating. It's good for him to rest. He probably had a long night walking around. I'm not sure where we'll go from here. I'm just hoping that you could drink some water a bit later. Yeah, so just lying there and resting. Dogman is just doing what lions do best, just sleeping and resting. I'm going to stay quiet and try to listen if I can hear anything else around us. That might be an indication that there's another predator around. So you can see at the back now, the dam is just behind him. So in fact, when we found him this morning, he was on the road, on the dam wall. It was easy to spot him. Yeah, just hope he stand up soon and start moving.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. We just ended our walk at one of the local dams and we decided to just quickly enjoy the sunset before we move off. And we would like to provide you the same opportunity to do so. I'm going to be quiet for the next few minutes and allow you just to listen to the sounds of nature. we're going to move off and let's go and see what Lauren is up to.
We're just watching this little cutie. Buffalo calves are adorable. Look at this one, Peeks, who's got lots of grass in its mouth. Do you see it? Yummy. Yummy grass.
Ghana leaving Ingwe open lock. Ingwe moved in further south. Currently not visible.
Look at that buffalo up the termite mound, BK. I love it when the big animals go up termite mounds. That herd is very relaxed. It's a very large herd. A mixed breeding herd. Females of all ages, males of all ages, and youngsters. Jasmine, you love the color of the calves. It's a completely different coloration from the adults. You can see that. It's quite rich. It's quite chocolatey. I don't know if that's a very good description, but I always think of chocolate. But when you look at the adults, I've very often lost some hair. It's thinned out, and it goes much, much darker. It's a very drab color. It's not rich, the adults, I don't think. Whereas the calves are just adorable. The sun is setting. We would have had to have left those cubs soon anyway. We don't view youngsters in the dark. But they are heading towards Treehouse Dam. I know Cedric's at Treehouse Dam, but Darkmane. If Darkmane is still sleeping, he's probably going to wake up to a mammoth herd of buffalo arrive in front of him. I wonder how that will make him feel. Okay, it's a difficult question. It's actually varied geographically. But the best sort of answer to say is they normally give 50% for lion cub mortality. But it does differ. I know there's sort of different figures for the likes of the Kruger than there is for the Masai Mara and the Serengeti. So it really does differ across the board. But really, it's high for both leopards and lions. And they normally average in at about 50% cub mortality rate. But again, it depends on so many factors. It depends on the season. I mean, for example, in the year of the drought, the buffaloes got very sick. The buffaloes were weak, and therefore they developed diseases which then can then be transmitted onto their predators. We had the Nkuhumas that went through the white mussel disease, which was really an awful time, all due to environmental conditions. And that was hard to watch. That was before my time, but it was hard to watch for many. And it's normally selenium deficiency, I believe, that develops white mussel disease, if I'm not wrong. And that's how the Nkuhumas ended up with it. It was coming from the buffalo. And that was really detrimental to the Nkuhumas, and it was a sad time. And then you get mange. There can be bouts of mange that just really savage prides That can also be linked to what type of summer you have, what type of winter you have, water availability, prey availability, how healthy are the prey that the predators are consuming. So it really is based on a whole lot of factors. And that's why generally across the board it averages in at about 50%. It also depends on the density of competitors, how many lions are in the area, how many prides are around, how many coalitions are around. Are the territories huge because there are not that many prides, or are the territories very small because there are so many prides and the density is really high? Look at that short beaks, isn't that beautiful? We are going to continue to sit here and spend time with the buffalo.
Hi, I'm Dee from the south coast of England. Today I was told I have won the most amazing prize to go to Maritaba. Oh, I can't believe it. I became hooked on WildEarth last year when I was trying to escape COVID, and animals are my thing. I just love them and I love what WildEarth does. So that's why I wanted to become an explorer. Just so looking forward to going out to Maritaba. Want to do a walking safari. Thank you so much, WildEarth.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Darkman is still sleeping. Didn't do much since earlier, just like that. Something interesting though. Apparently this herd of buffalo is getting closer to the dam here. So what we are hoping now is that maybe we come in that section and we can see a bit of interaction between the buffaloes and Darkman. It might take a while though. I'm not sure how far they are, but I can already hear people on the vehicle talking, so... But it's very quiet, so the sound travels quite far. Yeah, the sun set behind us, so generally it cool down quite quickly after the sun has set, but it doesn't look like you want to move at all for the moment. Just lying there. Looks like his tummy is quite round, so he might have got some food lately. He does look very clean though, I don't see any blood or anything on him. I really like the shade of colors on his mane. Okay, so we'll continue waiting here. In the meantime, we'll send you to Dunn in Phinda.
Welcome back, everyone. So as you can see, we've moved out of the area of that young male leopard. He didn't come down to drink, and we moved around to the other side of that watering hole, and his tracks never came out of that little block, but I think he's still in there. But the reason why we left is because he is quite a nervous leopard, and we thought we would let him be and drink in peace. But what we've got now is a beautiful herd of wildebeest. And as you can see, they just, as the sun goes down, enjoying their grassy meals. As you can all see, with their heads low down, they're eating the grass. They generally prefer the shorter grass, and they are what we call grazers, not so much browsers. They don't often eat leaves. They prefer to stick to the grass, which is generally why you see them in an open area like where we are right now. But another benefit of being in an open area like this is it's a bit easier to spot potential predators. So it's a bit harder for something like a pride of lions to stalk in an open area like this, just because there's quite a few wildebeest, and they all have very good eyesight, so they can spot when a pride of lion is approaching them, and then they'll alert all the other wildebeest, and that will then be to their benefit, of course. But as you can see, for now, these wildebeest are happily grazing along, so no threats in this area. Benson, thank you for your question, and that's such a good question. Benson is asking, how do you tell the difference between a male and female wildebeest? So, Benson, first of all, you look at the general size. Male wildebeest is generally a bit bigger than female wildebeest, and also around the thickness of the neck. Let me try and see if I can spot a male, and I will try and point that out for you. So generally in a herd like this, there should be one dominant male wildebeest, and often when you see a wildebeest by itself, that is generally the male, and there's no females in his territory yet, so he's waiting for females to come into his territory. So that's also one way you can tell if there's a wildebeest by itself. And if it's a herd like this, more often than not, there's a bunch of females with one big male. But for now, I can't really get to see the male. I'm still looking with my binoculars, but it could be that he is in the back of the herd, protecting the herd from the back, and we can't really see the back of the herd as it's behind a little raised area. So all these ones that we're seeing in picture now are all females. And as you can see, those ones that just crossed the road with the heads down low, again, as I said, those shorter grass, which is what they prefer. It's incredible how peaceful it is out here on Phinda this afternoon. There's not even the slightest breeze. The air is so nice and fresh, and it's dead quiet. There's hardly even any birds calling, so it's just a peaceful, quiet afternoon. Lorene, that's a good question. Lorene's asking, do wildebeest sleep standing up? Sometimes, Lorene. Not often. It's not often that you see wildebeest, all of them lying down at once. But they also do sleep lying down. So when you come here early mornings in this general open areas, which is where they'll sleep tonight, you'll come here early, most of them will be lying down, sleeping, yes. But there'll always be one or two standing up and scanning around. You can imagine if they all would sleep at once, that will be quite dangerous because then there's no one on the lookout for things like lions or hyenas. So yes, they will sleep lying down. But I've also seen antelope standing up, sleeping. So sometimes it depends. But yes, for the longer duration of the night, they will be lying down, sleeping. But like I said, not all of them at once. And not too long ago, we saw a herd of Impala with this herd of wildebeest, but they are almost walking ahead of these wildebeest out of picture for now. And I guess the reason why these Impala and wildebeest will be together is just because it's a safety out in numbers thing. So if there's two herds, even if it's two herds of different species, they feel safer when they're in and amongst one another, because then the more eyes, the better, I guess. So all these animals will help each other out. Out here in the bush, it's survival of the fittest. So that's very important for them. But I think as the sun is setting down, we will let these wildebeest be and look whatever else we can find. And in the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Roo. I'm not too sure what he's got there. Let's see what he's got there.
Well, like you guys can see, we finally managed to find the Ngala female. I'm sure for all the viewers out there, by now you already know how difficult it is to find this female in particular. And since you have been fortunate, remember earlier on I said the guys had tracks of a female leopard around the central parts, and they managed to find her just before we got here. So it looks like she's lying down here where we are. She's also got an Impala carcass which is hoisted. It's up the tree, which is the good news. So there's still a lot of meat on that carcass left, which would mean that at least she'll still even be here tomorrow morning, even maybe hopefully tomorrow afternoon. I did hear, however, that both her cubs are here with her. I think when we're moving in with the vehicle, they could have maybe hidden behind the grass. So if we wait patiently and quietly, maybe we might be lucky enough to get to see one of the small ones coming close to their mother. She is such a beautiful female. Not the easiest to find, not the most friendliest at other times, but whenever you find her, and she can sometimes be the most relaxed and most wonderful animal to watch. I'm surprised because she was also born in the property, so she has seen vehicles almost every second or every third day of her life, and she's grown up knowing vehicles. But that's how she's been ever since she was a cub, and that's who she is. It's better now that she's gotten, I think, at the age where the cubs are just at least around 6 months. They are very playful, so it's difficult for her to hide. She has to leave them in a den side, come back to check on them. Sometimes they're out playing and all that stuff. Which is quite nice now that she's been successful with an Impala. She managed to go and get them where she had left them, or where she had left them hiding, to bring them out to where she has managed to put up on top of a tamboti tree for them. So which means for the next, at least for the next day or two, she doesn't have to hunt. her head quickly there. Maybe she heard something in the distance. You can see it looks like she's also shutting her eye there, trying to rest. Can you imagine how exhausting it could have been for her, leaving the cubs alone? On the one hand, she has to worry about other predators maybe coming close to where she's left the cubs. Also trying to concentrate and focus on the hunt to be able to bring down an impala is not easy. And she's on her own. And now she has to worry about the cubs' safety when she's not there. And then also go back to check on them, come back. Now that she's successful, I think it's also the extra work to go back to get the cubs, to take them back to where she's hoisted the carcass up the tree and all that stuff. So I think we'll watch and sit here for a while, because we're going to leave very soon. Hopefully the cubs come with the mother. And for now, we'll send you guys over to Lauren.
This herd is spectacularly huge. This is a mega herd. There has to be at least 500 here. This is a lot of buffalo in this sort of center area of Djuma.
Cedric is living document, still stationary.
And there was actually a survey of all animals that have brains. And it revealed that most species, your worms, your mollusks, your arthropods, vertebrates, most species, individuals do not live in groups. Group living, like this herd, is actually the exception, not the rule. Because animals in groups at the end of the day must compete on some level with other group members for resources. Food, who gets the better grass here? Who gets the most delicious grass? Who gets to lead? Who gets protected? So there's some level of competition for food, nesting sites, resting sites, and even mates. Buffalo bulls will compete, like this boy here. Look at him. Whew. For the females, there is a dominance hierarchy. And animals in groups are actually more likely, in comparison to solitary animals, to be infected by disease. Disease will spread. Things will spread quickly for animals that live in groups. Parasites. So thus, in most species, the best option is actually to live alone. So why on earth live in a group at all? What's the benefit that could really outweigh the costs? And there was actually a famous biologist, William Hamilton, and he wrote an article, and it was called Geometry for the Selfish Herd. And the essence of the logic, I guess, was that the individual, simply by joining a group, dilutes his own likelihood of being killed by a predator, which is what we say all the time when we're talking about impala. The individuals of a species have a mortality risk. We've been talking about mortality due to predation. Therefore, they form groups. Oh, quickly over to Ngala.
A very brief video of one of the youngsters moving. I'm hoping that the longer we sit still here, we'll still have some light. Maybe one of these cubs will come out again so that you guys get to see these cubs. I must say, she has done very, very well to have kept these cubs safe up until this age. And in fact, this is not her first litter successful as yet. There is another young female that she only had the one cub, and she successfully raised, and we now see that young female leopard still around within close to her mother's territory. You can see there is one of the cubs coming out. That is priceless. You know, it's very difficult to try and find her. But when you find her and her cubs, it is so priceless just to be able to sit and witness and watch. These cubs are also quite playful. Look at how well that cub blends in. Looks exactly like that environment where it is in. When you're asking how old is this cub, so we believe these cubs, there's two of them, around the ages of about maybe 6 to 7 months now. And I can tell you in the past 6 or 7 months, I've only seen these cubs a few times. The most times you see them is when the mother has successfully managed to secure a kill and put it up the tree. And then from there, you can actually see them for a while. But after that, and once they disappear from here, where there's an Impala carcass, I wouldn't be surprised if it takes us 2 or 3 more days to find them again. So you guys can hear that bird going around. That is a crested francolin that just walked in here and just suddenly realized that there is a leopard. And that's why it's making that noise.
Looking at a beautiful sunset. I'm just going to call a colleague on the radio quickly.
Hello?
Yeah, sorry. I was helping a colleague there to find dark mane. The reflection is beautiful on the dam. I really like this time of the night. Or you can just... Good.
Yeah, go through.
It is beautiful now at Trias Dam. Very nice reflection in the underwater. This is generally the time of the day when you watch the sunset and relax. And if you're on a game drive in the lodge, you can stop for a drink and enjoy.
They just won't stop. There are still so many buffalo. Oh, and cubs. It's been such a wonderful few weeks of cubs on all the different properties. I think everybody loves baby animals. I can't really remember what I was saying earlier, but I was talking about Hamilton's selfish herd hypothesis. And it's from, I think, 1971 or something. It's sort of an old article that he wrote. But basically, when you say the word herd, it usually refers to the hoofed mammals, like your buffalo. Nearly all hoofed mammals, if you like, are pursued in some way or another by several species of predators, and they nearly all form herds. And some herds, like buffalo, can really contain hundreds and thousands of individuals. I mean, the herds of buffalo in the Masai Mara can push 1,000, if not more. And again, each individual, oh, hello, joining the group is just completely diluting its own risk of death. And if you even think of the ocean, the vast ocean, you will always find herds of fish. Okay, we don't use the word herd, we say schools or shoals or different sort of collective nouns, but herds, if you like, of fish are always formed by the prey species. And if you think about it, you don't see herds of hundreds of lions or even sharks, the apex predators. You don't see that. Yes, lions are social and they group together really, but it's not in terms of the hundreds or the thousands or such large numbers like the prey species do. For predators, the selfish optimum is to be solitary, just like leopards. Don't share your food. Don't share your resources. That's the optimum selfish way to be. And for the prey species, the selfish optimum is to crowd as close as possible to others, even when that means sacrificing food or even being more exposed to disease. Better to be hungry and sick, I guess, with at least some chance of reproducing, rather than to be a carcass upon a tree by a leopard and absolutely no chance of reproducing. It's a trade-off. Most things in the animal kingdom are trade-off. You've got to weigh up for each species what's the better lifestyle. And I guess for the likes of buffalo and all the sort of antelopes that we see out here, the hoofed mammals, it's better to be hungry and sick if that's the option, and at least getting a chance to reproduce. It's all about reproduction, continuing on your bloodline. Whereas for the predators, the optimum is to be solitary. And yes, lions are not there social, but you think about it, they sacrifice a lot in their own way. They do have to fight for food. They may not always get to eat the kill that they made. They all allosuckle, very energetically expensive. But then they've got to contend with protecting their young against the males. So even though herd life looks great, I think it looks fantastic. Having a great time with your herd pals. It's really selfish at the end of the day, and there's really no doubt about it. Yes, they look after their young. Every mother will protect their young in some way, shape, or form. Even if it means leaving the eggs and never tending to them ever again. If you're a reptile or an insect, you will do everything you can to ensure that you lay those eggs in the best place. Shade, protected, camouflage. Every mother will do what they can to their best ability to protect their young. But other than that, herd life is selfish. Being a territory holder, selfish. Did you enjoy that? Buffalo Pool have the best expressions in the bush. I've been so surrounded by buffalo, I haven't really been able to move. I've not even started making it to Wednesday. And Samantha, my goodness, I read a lot. It's all down to my mother. She's an avid reader and she's terrible. She has 5 books on the go, one in the kitchen, one in the bedroom, one in the bathroom, and she'll read them all at the same time. Pick one up, then pick another one up, and I've developed that habit, and it's really terrible. But online, I'm a big fan of Science Daily. It's a website, and I think you can sign up for email alerts, but you can literally go onto this website and it's all literature. It's all publications, because some websites, you can't always rely on what they say. They're not accurate, whereas Science Daily really does give you access to all sorts of articles on any topics, not just wildlife, but you can, for example, just type in on the search box lions and then filter by date, and you'll get all the most recent sort of updates on lions, any sort of study about their social dynamics or their diet or whatever that may be. Vicky's going to go into IR. I'm also going to drive very slowly because of lack of light. I also read a lot of books. I've got tons of books in this car with me right now. I get alerts to all sort of websites that I've signed up to for wildlife news. I'm just going to turn this corner beaks and we'll get a view. So yes, that helps at all. I'm not sure it does, but try Science Daily. It also sort of gives you bite-size summaries of articles that are really easy to consume. If you don't want to read through articles, sometimes it can be so tedious and so boring. If you want a nice bite-sized snack that just summarizes topics, then Science Daily is really good for that. And then if you're interested, then you can get the full article, and it's all free. You don't have to pay. Okay, the buffalo are moving off now. They're heading right towards Treehouse Dam, slowly but surely. But we're going to see if we can round this corner and get some better views.
Gilman Williams is an 11-year-old girl from Austin, Texas, and we think she's amazing. At only 7 years of age, Kate went on safari and since then has become part of a new generation of kids who are fighting for animals. She has written a book, offered extensive support for a number of conservation projects, and recently teamed up with Microsoft to start a club. Kate believes that advocacy has no age limit and that if she waits until she's an adult, then it may be too late. Join Kate, who has traveled from Texas to sit with Lauren at the fire to discuss her work and how her generation can become part of the solution.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live Safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
So we're still near Treehouse Dam. We'll look at a beautiful sunset. The colors are quite amazing. And we are still also next to our friend Darkmane. So we're going to put now the infrared lights. It's getting a bit dark. Yeah, so what we did, we even went to do a little loop around to see if we can find something else in the meantime because he was still sleeping. We came back here, stopped next to the dam, look around, and then he was still sleeping. Which is normal. Now, as it's getting darker, we are hoping that he start moving, or the best would be if he can start calling. We saw the buffaloes and they are about 200 meters from here, 300 meters from not even. So maybe they will come in that direction and we might get some interactions. Very sleepy cat. It is nice to spend time with lions, but obviously it's a bit better when they are active, feeding or mobile, for example. When they lie flat like that, there's not much happening. But you have to have patience. I'm not really sure where we'll go from here. We might go back on Gary Main or move north, I'm not sure. It looks like he's fast asleep now. Pauline, you would like to know if lions ever eat plants for water, if I got it correctly? No, we'll drink normal water. They are water dependent, but they can go up to 4 days without water, so it gave them a lot of time to find the water, even if they are in an area where water is a bit scarce. So yeah, but lots of animals get their moistures from plants, such as giraffe. For example, when they eat leaf, they get a lot of moisture from the leaf, so they don't need to drink every day. But the lions will feed only on meat, and they will drink normal water. Yeah, so with these buffaloes coming around, it would be quite nice to see. Benjamin, you would like to know if Darkmane will run away from the herd if the herd comes close to him. Yeah, well, if the buffaloes start pushing him, he will have to move away from the area. But I think the buffaloes will have to come quite close to him and be quite a big numbers of buffaloes. But yeah, it can happen that the buffaloes will come and push him. The thing is that it's not very easily spotted where he is now, so if the buffalo come, it might be quite interesting to see how long it would take for the buffaloes to spot him. But obviously, if there's a young buffalo calf quite separated from the group, he might try to hunt that buffalo as well. but it might be quite difficult for him to keep the kill and have enough time to kill the calf before the adult come and push him. But it definitely happened in the past that one single lion killed one buffalo calf and fed on that kill. They are very opportunistic, so anything we can hunt and catch, they will definitely go for it. It can be quite a dangerous situation sometimes when you find yourself between lions and buffaloes. Obviously, when lions start chasing buffaloes, the buffaloes may start running, and if they start running in your direction, it might be a little bit dangerous, as they might just run past the vehicle, even sometimes bump into the vehicle. So you have to position yourself quite well when there's this sort of situation. White man, you would like to know if male lions sleep longer than females? I'm not sure, but yeah, I think they will do. They're a little bit less active than female, I must say, in the morning. Maybe they might stop walking a bit earlier, but saying that, they have to walk a very long distance because they still have to mark their territories and protect their territories. So if they are on the move at night, they will walk the whole night. So yeah, and during the day they will sleep. So it's quite actually the same amount of time. I didn't read anything about there's a difference between how much lionesses and lions sleep. So it would be quite the same, I assume. But yeah, lions can rest up to 18 hours during the day. But at night we can cover very long distance. More than 10 kilometers in one night. Especially for the males when they are marking their territories and protecting their territories. Doesn't look like they want to move. Richard, you would like to know what could wake him up right now? Maybe the buffaloes? That would be nice. I heard something walk. It is quite dark now, so I can't really see much, but I heard something walk on the dam wall there. Yeah, there's something walking around here. I might just reverse a bit to check. Sorry, we're currently off-road, so it might get a little bit bumpy. Let me just stop here and see. I could hear something walk, I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it was in that little drainage line. Yeah, I think we'll listen a little bit longer and see. I'm just going to reposition for dog mate. Okay, so we're going to wait around here, maybe check what I heard In the meantime, we'll send you to Lauren, who's on a bumble.
Oh, I do hope Darkmane wakes up and starts calling. You gotta love that sound. Now, I'm not gonna have enough time to make it to Gwen's Den, but that'll be my first port of call tomorrow, to get down into the south and see if there's any hyena activity. You normally can tell when a hyena mound is active. Urine, pack cheese, smell. You can really smell the cubs. It's a lovely smell. I think it's lovely. And tracks, fresh tracks of animals coming in, animals coming out. So I absolutely will head there first thing in the morning. But for now, I'm just going to go west, up Vuatella Access, and see if anybody's crossed in. I always turn my side lights off for the Impala. Astrid, you're asking, can hyena hunt buffalo? I think that was your question, Astrid. A calf, I guess so. I mean, hyenas have a very similar sort of hunting technique to wild dogs, and Ethiopian wolves hunt by coursing. They run, outrun their prey. So if there was a potential sort of weaker adult, slower adult, older adult that was maybe lagging behind, cooperatively, hyenas could work that buffalo, absolutely. They could exhaust it once it's on the ground. The hyenas, really, it wouldn't take long. Or they could cause it to panic and head in the wrong direction, or even trip. A herd like that, a really large mega herd, I don't see a few hyenas going after. But if they find one lone, weak buffalo, absolutely. They're very opportunistic. And if they found a calf, absolutely. But they're not well known for going after buffalo, if that makes sense. But the hyenas up in the Masai Mara are just incredible. I mean, they will take down zebra, wildebeest, hartebeest. I mean, that North clan that we used to spend time with, wow, it's almost sort of 90 strong, including the cubs. I loved studying that clan. I used to spend hours and hours and hours in Mara at their site. Good old waffles. And it was also interesting, the dynamics that happened there. It wasn't a sort of matriarchal takeover like what happened with Djuma, where Ribbon just decided, I've had enough, I'm going to challenge this, I'm done, and overthrew Corky and became the matriarch herself. It was more a sort of handover. Very little aggression. A few sightings were recorded where there was a little bit of aggression, but Waffles literally just stepped down and let her granddaughter Soup, strange names I know, take over. And yeah, Soup was a little bit aggressive, but that's just animals' way of showing one another, I'm going to become dominant now. Waffles just bowed down, and it was more of a handover than a takeover. It was fascinating what happened with the North Clan. Between Jamie and myself, we had some really interesting sightings with that clan. More individuals, more dynamics, more behavior to observe. And it's not easy. I had a phone call recently with someone saying, Lauren, I really want to start learning the hyena dynamics in another reserve. Where do I start? And I thought, really, time and observations. If you know nothing about that clan, you're going to have to sit somewhere communal, most likely a den site, and just watch and watch and watch, even record what you're seeing. It's not going to be easy. But hyenas have remarkable stamina. They don't look it from their slightly odd-shaped body, but they have got remarkable stamina. That's why their body is shaped like that, to save energy. Hyenas can run really fast. When you see it, you think, my goodness, they can move. Everyone keeps asking me about Ribbon, but I really had some guests today staying at Djuma that said, we wanted to see Ribbon. I know, I've not even seen Ribbon. She's around, but I don't know where. Sometimes it's good to check the main access road right before the end of drive. So then you have sort of knowledge for the morning if anything has come this way. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
So we're still with our sleepy lion, as you can see. We did check around. I heard a noise earlier, but we didn't see anything, so we came back here. I'm just going to stay quiet a little bit and listen. Yeah, didn't hear much. We heard the buffaloes behind us. I did hear something also in the bushes in front of us. I'm not sure what's there, but it's quite dense there. I really want him to start waking up now. It's been a long day watching him and now he's sleeping. Yeah, we're still with Darkman. Still sleeping. Not much I can say about that. We did check around for that noise that I heard earlier, but we didn't see anything. We could hear the buffaloes behind us. But Darkman is still lying there. I don't think nothing is going to wake him up now. So if he starts opening his eyes and lifting his head, start yawning, that would be a good sign. Oh, there we go. So that's a good sign. There we go. Oh, nice, finally. Come on, give us a bit of action now with some nice roaring. Oh, big nice yawn. So you see, sometimes patience pays off. It doesn't mean that it's going to start moving now, but at least we're getting a better visual. But it's definitely a good sign now. Oh, very big yawn there. So, we like to do that before starting to move. Max, you would like to know if you have any enemies while you sleep? No, not really. He can be pushed off by other animals such as elephant or buffaloes. The only dangerous part would be if other dominant male come in the area to claim that area and he's sleeping, he might be taken by surprise by other lions. But generally they are quite safe. He doesn't seem to be worried at all. This is why also sometimes for leopards they like to sleep in the trees, to be a bit more safe, because leopards can be caught by surprise by lions as well, and a lion can kill a leopard. So the leopards would be have more enemies than lions. And cleaning himself. Trevor, you would like to know if a male lion's call is louder than a female? I'm not sure, but it's true that when the males call next to you, it's a little bit more intense. But because they use their call more often, it might be a bit louder. It would make sense. They're also bigger, so they can probably call louder. So they would call to locate other members of the pride or the coalition, or to advise their territory that they are on their territory. So it is important for them that they can call very loud. You can hear lions call from about 10 kilometers, which is quite a long way. It would be great now if we start calling after this little discussion on the call of lions. Come on, Dogman. He's still busy cleaning himself, so that's still a good sign. Okay, so we're going to wait here a little bit longer. Hopefully we'll hear something. In the meantime, we'll send you to Ruel, who have an animal out of the water.
How many times would you be fortunate enough in the evenings to actually catch a hippo out the water? You can hear the other one still in the water. Sounds like it's defecating in there, splashing and swishing its tail. And that one has already come out. You know how we always say hippos stay in the water the whole day and they come out to feed at night and all that stuff. It's actually very nice to sometimes get to see all of that happen. And today, I believe we are fortunate enough to be able to witness these guys. Well, due to the lack of light, I think we're gonna... Oh, there we go. Now we can see him. I think he's also making his way out of the water to go and feed the whole night and then come back into the watering hole in the morning. It's amazing that an animal that big only feeds on grass. Megan, you're asking how they eat grass with such big teeth. So it's apparently those two big ones that you see always when the hippo is yawning. Those tusks are used for fighting or the hippo to defend itself, but they do have a whole jaw structure behind that they use to eat grass. So those big ones are not necessarily for the grass, but rather for as a self-defense mechanism for the hippos to properly defend themselves against anything or any predators out there. Because you can imagine at this time of the day, lions are also active, and sometimes lions do dare to try and attempt to hunt a hippo. So those big teeth become handy when that big animal has now to defend itself, especially if it's feeding away from the dam. It was fascinating to get to watch the hippos get out of the water. They still have the entire night waiting out there for them to go out. You can imagine it must be very difficult now that they even have to travel even further just to get to get enough food, because the grass is dying out, and you can, if you think about it, around the dam there isn't much grass left because all the animals keep coming back to the dam and all that. So hopefully they make it back to the dam in the morning throughout the night while they're feeding.
One thing that WildEarth strives to achieve is to connect kids with our natural world. One person who agrees with this is Kate, an 11-year-old girl who founded Kids Can Save Animals to help inspire her generation to help mend the planet. Her motto is that kids may be young, but age does not define your impact. Kate is coming all the way from America to join us at Djuma for a live safari. She wants to connect with all of the WildEarth kids, answer your questions, and help you understand that there are plenty of ways that you can make a difference regardless of your age. So join us on the 4th of August at 2:30 p.m. Central African Time for a very special kids safari.
My name is Molars, and I come to you live every day from Tswalu Kalahari here in South Africa. My favorite thing is probably the predators, and as you can see, we're looking at some of them right now. These are the kings of the Kalahari. Spending time with the cats, it's just a privilege, and I love their behavior. You know, the more that you look at them, just the power and the sheer beauty and elegance of them.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi everyone. My name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
No luck on Triple M, I'm afraid. No signs of anything. Not a fresh track. Not an eye shine. It's always worth doing though if you're not in a sighting. Checking your boundary lines before you head home. It's a really good place to start. I was trying to keep my ear on the radio as well to hear if I heard anything about the Nkuhumas. But our Eastern channel is really a hit or a miss, to be honest. Kelly, no. I mean, that is something very, very extreme and something I would not deem safe. I mean, there may be special sort of exercises or courses or... I thought I saw something there. Clearly not. That may do something, but generally speaking, no, I don't think anyone would want to take your guests on a bushwalk at night time. I definitely wouldn't want to do a bushwalk at night time, that's for sure. No, I don't believe it is done at all. It's just dangerous. Very dangerous. You're a human, and your main sense is vision. And your vision, your visual capacity is completely limited at nighttime. Your eyes do adjust, and I mean, especially during the times of full moon, you can sort of see the ambient light is much higher than normal, but your primary sense is still very limited. And of course, the nocturnal animals, the predators, are awake. It's a very different scenario, meeting a lion during the day on bushwalk and meeting a lion at night. During the day, you've got the upper hand. The lions get spooked. At nighttime, the lions have the upper hand. And I think you get a little bit more than just spooked. So no, not that I'm aware of anyone does that. I'm not sure what it would bring you other than fear. I would definitely be scared, that's for sure. Talking of predators, we're going to send you guys back over to Dark Main.
And we're hearing lots of buffalo activity behind us, so Darkman is starting to get a little bit interested in all the noises coming from behind us. But he's still lying in the same spot. So we have a few minutes left for the show, so we're still hoping that it does something quite interesting. He's a beautiful lion. So he's obviously fully grown. And lions can get very big. Oh. Decided to look away there. Yeah, so we heard the buffaloes and we heard the elephants a little bit further down. And so it is quite nice sitting at night in the dark and listening what's happening around you. Come on, we have a few minutes left. Why not start calling and ending the show on a call? Yeah, it's quiet now. Just lying there. I still have hope. We did spend a long time with him today. Most of the morning and a good time of the afternoon. Nathan, you would like to know if I can see him at all, or it is just pitch black? It is just pitch black. He's about, I would say 6 meters from us, and the only way I can see him now is on the little screen in front of me with the infrared, because we're not using the spotlight now. But it is okay because I can see him through the screen. But it is quite dark. Well, it is very dark. It is quite intimidating sometimes to be just in the dark with a big lion sitting next to you. But he's very used to vehicles, and I think all of the guides here knows him very well. He's about 8 years old, so he's been around here for quite a while now. Come on. We have about 1 minute left, so it would be great to have a little call to end the show, but it doesn't look that way, unfortunately. I think we might have a bit of activities around here with the buffaloes and dark mane, and could hear something scaring the buffaloes behind us, so I'm not sure if it's another lion or what could be, all buffaloes fighting, but there was a bit of activity and loud sound behind us. I don't think we will be lucky, but thank you very much for joining us today and this afternoon for the drive. I hope you guys enjoy. Thank you very much also for all your questions. We really like it. Please join us tomorrow for the morning safari. Goodbye for now.